Sitting on the hook, getting yanked in on that. I think that's his Yamaha Superjet, I think. Round nose, not the WX, I don't think.
Race number 1 in the starting gate, our vintage stand-up class. Our race director and co-director are going to go out, make sure nothing got shuffled around too badly during practice. I don't want to say that some of us are habitual buoy hitters, but there's a reason that a few of the SBT buoys are not here this weekend. You know, that extra 1 foot in the corner could make up all the difference in the world.
Or you could just drive straight through it. Well, Tony, you don't hit buoys. You're not racing. Unless the buoy inflates and rolls across the parking lot in front of your van, it's probably pretty safe.
All right, check. What's up for everybody that's tuning in? This is Charles Genchard. We are up here in Sylvan Beach, New York.
What are we waiting on here with Sean and Kelly? We're waiting for the advil to kick in so they can go out here and double check this split.
You can hear our announcers talking there. We are timing splits. Practice is over. We will have Moto 1, your vintage ski. I believe it's all 550s out there. After we time the splits, have a national anthem. I think we're going to have a moment of silence. And then we're going to get rocking with our event. I'm going to go ahead and turn the announcers off. I'll quiet down, and then we'll start working on stuff.
Because they're both going to the outside. I just don't know anymore.
They're just warming up a little bit, Dave.
Maybe they're just warming them up. Pretty tight inside course on that. What do you think, Belly?
It gets tighter when it gets choppier.
Oh, yeah.
Then you really notice how close together those turns are. Sean's holding.
Sorry about that. Doing a little bit of troubleshooting. We have a second camera close over to the line there that we're trying to get dialed in. And the question is long distance HDMI with different adapters and whatnot. Is it going to give me a signal? So that's what that black screen was. Sorry about that. This is live, so it's hard to test things out without you guys seeing it.
Cash was beating me on his Superjet when I was on my GP. Yeah, I mean, it's... Yeah.
All right, they're going to give it one more go around here. That one wasn't the smoothest timing. Like any old guy would say, Sean just looked over at Kelly and said, I got one more in me, let's go.
pretty close. I think that outside's a little faster, though. Once again, for those of you who have family not here, go on to eastcoastwatercross.com. Go on to our Facebook page. We are live streaming, and they can check out all the hot action here up on Sylvan Beach on this beautiful Saturday morning. Very unlike yesterday. Thank the Lord.
All right. Now that we have all that situated, we have one more thing to attend to before we get to our national anthem. As most people know who race in the jet ski world or have watched racing in the jet ski world for the last couple of decades, one of the founding fathers of speed in our sport recently passed away. Dean Charrier from Dean's Team Racing is no longer with us. And this weekend, even though Dean is not an East Coast Watercross competitor, he is one of the sources of inspiration for going fast. And he also is someone who, if you've ever traveled the country and seen a boat hauling ass across the water, there's a good chance Dean had something to do with it. This morning, before we do our national anthem, we're going to take a moment of silence for everybody on the beach, for one less person that's with us here, and a few less skis that might not be as fast as they would have been with him not around. And as is the usual start to our weekend, round of applause from anybody. And in our patriotic spirit, we will now kick off our national anthem. No, wrong one, Wayne. Save that for the Plattsburgh race.
Apologize, y'all. Just play the national anthem locally for you. Unfortunately, for copyright reasons, I can't let the national anthem play that they're playing.
It might not be the right sport, but boogity, 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 boys, it's time to go racing.
Yeah, it looks great.
All right, down on the start line, Moto 1 in no particular order, your vintage ski racers. You're going to have the 777 of Chris Norton out of Liverpool, New York. Sponsored by Jet Pump Fit, Blue Can Racing, PTR Racing, and Torrent. The number 3 of Anthony Vino out of Webster, New York. The 11, Kobe Evrars, Webster, New York. 23, Patrick Sullivan. 25 of Josh Herman. Going down the line looking for the all-clear sign right now. 29, Peter Sullivan. 47, Charles Quinn. Clean start out there. Wow, shot out of a cannon, the 782 of Michael Corsetti from Adrian, Pennsylvania. I want that boat tested for steroids. Man, that thing took off. Race number 2, ProAm Runabout 4-stroke. Race number 2, ProAm Runabout 4-stroke. Down to the starting line. As you can tell by the big clock of disappointment up here for anybody on the course, You got 7 minutes and 20 seconds till they kick off race number 2. Try to get an order here as they come down the front straightaway.
The 782, Corsetti, coming down that front straight, followed in behind, the number 29, Sullivan on the 3, Vino, followed by the 47X of Quinn, the number 11, Everts. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay, I can hear. Yeah.
All right, now that lap 1 is out of the way, that means the Joker buoy on the outside split is in play. I know there were some questions if this vintage class was going to be utilizing that Joker buoy. I believe they did it the old Democratic way and voted for it down on the start line. No mail-in ballots this morning. You had to vote in person on the start line.
What was the consensus?
Oh, we're about to find out. I think if no one hits it, we know what the vote was.
Race number 2, Pro-Am Runabout 4-stroke. Get up on the line.
No Joker, that's disappointing.
Check.
Check.
Yeah, I've got it. Hey, that's not the problem. I can hear you.
Check.
So we went to the problem somewhere else.
8-minute moto for these vintage riders out there, which is going to feel like an eternity on arguably some of the most difficult to ride skis ever produced.
Check.
I can hear you, Sean, but it's very faint.
How about now? We got Mike on this one now.
We can hear you, but it's real quiet.
Want me to speak louder, Billy?
No, I don't want you to get winded.
I just cranked volume.
You already did 2.5 laps.
Check. That's a lot better. All right, we need some holders down to the line. 4-stroke. Open. Pro-Am, runabout 4-stroke. You are up there, standing there with their hands in the air. Namario and Kruger need some holders. All right, now me, I can go sit down. And go sit down and have a drinky. It's gonna be a hot one today. Check. Okay, I hear. Oh, we got something floating in the water. What do we got over there?
Oh, we got one rider down coming down the front straightaway. From here, that appears to be the 25 of Josh Herman. We got some parts floating in the water. What do we got here? Course Marshal Randy scooping up some leftover equipment. Speaking of leftover equipment, down at the East Coast Watercross tent, we got some wetsuits that were left on the beach last weekend. Oldest trick in the book, Sean, the old throw the shoe at him move.
Someone lost the booty. So, I don't know if this is the lead lap. I think 117. I'm not sure. I kind of lost my Groff on that 117 coming down the front straight. Got some lap traffic. Corsetti was on the whole shot lap, so I don't know if Corsetti's still up in the front there.
That dude is flying. I see a lot of our vintage riders opting for that outside split. Some wider turns, a little more spaced out, gives them a little bit of time to maneuver these extremely unstable machines.
Hey, where's our lead rider?
Corsetti, I believe, is our lead rider. Michelle Corsetti on that 782.
Working his way around some lap traffic on the far left corner, coming into the split buoy. Inside the 2-minute warning for Moto 1, I see Moto 2 already staged up in the starting gate. That's exactly how fast we want this going all day. Oh, one rider down on the outside split. Looks like the 23 of Patrick Sullivan. Race leader down the front straightaway, Corsetti, continuing to pick his way through lap traffic. He's looking up at the tower this time by. He's got 1 minute and 20 seconds before he sees that white flag. With 29 of Peter Sullivan laying it all the way over on the inside split.
Right there, Billy.
The 29?
29 is my old ski. I sold that to him a couple years ago. He's done real well with that ski.
All right, so we're going to see you on it for Moto 2, right?
Yeah, right.
Am I too far?
Again, Mike, I think I'm here to go
White flag this time by. I'm sure the 25 of Josh Herman is happy to be seeing that. 117, Jared Groff. 23, Patrick Sullivan coming down the front straightaway. Oh, we got a rider dipping down in the tray, but not losing control of the ski over on the outside. Looked like the 777 of Chris Norton. He's just trying to see how his HydroTurf mats are holding up down there. Go down and take a peek at them. Mr. Patriotic with the American flag swim trunks this weekend.
I don't know. No, I'm cutting in and out, aren't I? If you like horsepower, though, they're up on the line right now. We got a couple big boats. I think both 325. Sea-Doo, 325 horse or 320 horse. I know there's at least two boats. Oh, yeah, it looks like two. Joe DeMario and Aiden Kruger out of Brockport, New York. Joe out of Chittenden.
Some of the spectators were asking how much horsepower was on the start line for these four-stroke runabout guys. I believe the official number is all of it. Checkered flag for an extremely winded and tired. That's one way to go through the finish
line. It's all
line.
right. You crossed that line, buddy. You got it. Then that
counts.
20 Sullivan, he went down, but that's all right.
Still counts. They don't. This isn't gymnastics. You're not scoring on how you land it. You just got to make it.
Peter Sullivan at 29, 650. I think he's got a 750 in it now, but it's all right.
He's got to put a handle pole on that thing. Those old stock handle poles are difficult.
Yeah. That thing was cracked when I sold it to him.
No, I heard it was in mint condition when you sold it. Showroom new. Still had the fire extinguisher and everything.
Once again, big shout out to SBT.com for the support of the series here and their contribution to the sport. If you have a old clapped out jet ski sitting in your backyard and you want to thinking about getting into this sport, or hey, you just want to go out on the lake and enjoy it, you don't know what to do, a lot of guys around here help you out. but the parts, SBT. ShopSBT.com. Check them out. They have got everything under the sun that you can think of for your watercraft. Check them out. Well, we do appreciate their support through the years, and really love those big old buoys. You can't miss them.
No, they're nice because you can see them, but as a racer, there is one downside. You put your shoulder into those things, and man, they really do hurt. Quick off the start line that time. From the moment all riders give the all clear, they got 1 to 5 seconds. That looked like it was 1.1 seconds before that light turned green.
Yeah.
See, we got one inside, one outside. Let's see how they shake up coming down the front. This will be the first big boats we see working their way through the split.
Oh, boy. Oh,
looking pretty
boy.
close.
It's a drag race.
All right, if we weren't sure before, we're sure now. Those splits look damn near identical for these big guys. Is that Aiden Kruger squeezing them out coming down the front?
Yeah, I believe Joe, he just picked that boat up a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago or so, and we were talking earlier. I've got the same boat. He's stock boat. He's trying to get it ready for P1, and I think I'm assuming he's going to race it in closed course as well. Normally a Yamaha guy, but he's out there saying he's liking the boat, liking the way it handles, and getting his legs stretched out on that baby. Kruger coming down that front straight. Race number 3, Super Chicken, you're up on deck. Race number 3, Super Chicken, you're up on deck.
Well, there ain't no better way to figure a boat out and knock off the cobwebs than to come out and do one of these races.
If you just think about it, basically you've got a Chevy truck motor under a 700-pound jet ski.
It is his mic. Now it's sticking out for me. So I might need a splitter. I took that splitter off, plugged it back in, and we're good for a while.
I just don't think you guys like my voice.
One of the interesting things in jet ski racing that you learn the more experience you have in it is, unlike a road course for automobiles, there really is no limit to how you can line up these turns. There's no outside shoulder or inside shoulder. There's just buoys. You can go as wide into a turn as you want and swing in. You can turn late, you can turn early, as long as you go on the correct side of the buoy. And you will see some strategy later on when we get some of these full classes as guys start trying to jump inside and outside of each other.
Check. Well,
he wanted to make sure they could read his number that time as he brushed up against the SBT finish line buoy. Now, I don't believe either of these guys have hit the Joker buoy yet, have they, Dave?
anything?
Let's hope they remember. Oh, it's as if he could hear me out there on the water. Realize now's as good a time as ever. He's got a comfortable lead. Now's the time to hit that Joker buoy. Only has to be hit once in the race. You can hit it on the second lap. You can hit it on the last lap. Race number 3, Super Chickens down to the start line. Super Chicken. Now, if you go on Facebook Marketplace and try to buy one of these...
Check.
No, it is not a Super Chicken. Kawasaki does not have a shop manual for a Super Chicken. It is officially called a Kawasaki Sport Cooler. However, some 15 years ago, we started nicknaming them Super Chickens, and, well, the name stuck. Halfway marker this time by for your... Whoa! I don't know why we got a few of those that went flat.
Check, check, check.
I can hear you in there, Sean. They're gonna go check on this, but we. 6:21. Aiden Kruger still holding down that first place position, coming down the front straightaway. All right, he gave the buoy about 6 inches of space that time instead of hitting it. That was nice. What you currently have on the water is some of the highest horsepower and most aggressive handling skis ever manufactured. Going to be followed immediately by the worst handling thing ever manufactured.
Check, check, check. All right, I think I've got this microphone situation solved. Problem-solving skills.
Sean is a mechanic, a welder, a race director, and apparently now a tech guru.
And a not very good jet ski racer.
And as soon as you hand it to Dave, it's going to stop working.
Well, hopefully we're back in business. I don't know.
I heard that. So
No?
does he have to move like 3
Check,
feet
check.
further this way?
All right, let's see. We got anything? We good? That sounds a lot better. Maybe I was just out of range. Just didn't want to sit next to me. Not the first woman that's ever said that. So yeah, here we go. Next round here, Super Chicken. Kruger coming down that front straight with 51 seconds left. If you see that timer up on the scoring tower, that is how many minutes we have left of a moto. Most motos 8 to 10 minutes. But at least the racers, when they're coming down through, they can take a look and see if they need to make moves. They got a couple 3 minutes left, and they can make it happen. Sometimes that's all it takes. Boy, that's a lot better, isn't it? Yeah, we got James Hager out of Auburn, Massachusetts, the number 19 of Aaron Hay out of Rochester, New York, the 88 of Tully Zipkin, and the 197 of Susan Zipkin. The Zipkins out of Newton, New Hampshire, sponsored by Global Integrated Technologies, Weeks Brothers Water Sports. Once again, big supporter and one of our sponsors, Global Integrated Technologies. We appreciate their support. DeMario still turning up the heat on that supercharger and laying it down on the backside of the course. Last lap here. Kruger with that checkered flag. DeMario coming down the front straight.
What's it plugged into? It's plugged into that camera. So instead of that camera, you're going to record.
This is super lucky until we get it fixed.
Do you see it?
Yeah, tell me when he's about to fly. I think it'll look cool if I switch to you.
Once again, spectators, you have not got a chance. Vendor trailer here. We got all kinds of merch, cool stuff, glasses, flags, bracelets, T-shirts, things from $10 all the way up to $75, hoodies.
parking up on the tower. We're all set.
Option clothing. So if you have not stopped over and saw the ladies over there, please make it up to them. Hey, grab some merchandise, you know. Eventually, we're going to get this mic situated. Once again, a drone out there, Pete Burke.
Is it? Okay.
You look out in front of that and scoring tower and out in front of the start line.
Okay. Like this now, did you go black briefly?
All right, we're going to fire up these old flat bottom fangs here. If you're ever curious what it is like to drive a Super Chicken, I recommend you rent a golf cart, take it to your local ice skating rink, drive as fast as you can across the ice, and then turn hard left. Slipping and sliding going into that first turn.
Just do whatever you got to do, and I'll keep it on you until it stops looking good.
Race number 4, Pro-Am Ski Stock. Pro-Am Ski Stock, race number 4. You're up on deck.
It's something between the HDMI that's going out of there and like my monitor.
Hager on at number 13. In behind him is the 19 of Hay, followed by Tully and Susan Zipkin. The old beer dart boat that Susan is on there, the 197. Steve Hotchkiss. Once again, all his support for the series as well. He couldn't be with us this weekend, but he's with us in spirit.
I'll bring it in, all right?
He's going to bring it in.
So fast.
Hager in at number 13 coming down the front straight, holding it out, stretching his legs on that course. The 19 of Hay. Tully Zipkin and Susan Zipkin following in behind him. Once again, the Zipkins getting their feet wet in the 800 class. They're see they got a couple 800. 97 800s that they brought up that I think Wetworks Water and Snow put together for him, I think.
It's clear, it's that cable. Like, it's fine after.
That'd be Wayne Orden.
It's fine before the cable.
Yeah, so if you're looking to get into the sport, walk on down to the pits, talk to the racers, and it's a lot easier than you think. And you're never too old. That's what I always say. Well, I say you're never too old till I wake up on Sunday morning. And that's a different story. Susan creeping up on Tully Zipkin. Let's see if she can get around him. Hay. May's a different race. On that back straight, coming halfway across the course, Hager way out front. Quite a bit of distance between first and second.
You know that thing's fast because it's custom painted. Nothing says fast like custom paint.
Got to be one of the nicest Super Chickens I've seen. That's a nice paint job.
Way better than the one I had back in like 2015. That purple one with the stereo system in it. Yeah. She wasn't fast, but we were jamming on the start line. It was just slow enough that you could still hear the music. Oh, that 197 does not sound good.
Sounding a little throaty, Billy.
Yeah. Is that what we're going to call it? When it's getting towed in about a minute and 10 seconds, we'll know. Going to be inside the final 60 seconds for James Hager coming down the front here. That means he should be looking at the white flag next time around.
We'll need to find somebody like Moto 12.
Our scorers always appreciate this class. It is by far one of the easiest classes to score.
Okay.
Yep, there goes another one.
Performance moto at 6.7. Is there any value of me just getting footage that you can put into an SD card?
Race number 4 lining up in the starting gate. ProAm ski stock. I believe I see all 4 of our competitors down there. Might need a holder or two. Hold these high horsepower standards in place. And just when we thought we were losing it, it came back to life. Well, you can't lean it out and blow it up if you just dump all the fuel in it, right? James Hager taking the white flag this time by. It'll be his last pass slipping and sliding around the outside of this course. Second, third, and fourth, at least keeping it close together on the other side. James out for a scenic ride all on his own. Going to swing over by the pontoon boat, see what they're cooking for lunch, what they got in the cooler. Dave, I see everybody's going to this like straight handlebar setup on these things.
Last lap. Next time around, checkered flags are dropping. We got Hager coming around that last left-hand turn, coming down that front straight.
Oh, James might get beat by this family of ducks coming through the start-finish line over here.
ProAm ski stock up on the line. In no particular order, we got the number 15 on Michael Price out of Fairfield, Pennsylvania. The 299 at John Gould out of Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. The 730 of Brayton 7 out of Ellington, Connecticut. He's sponsored by Commander, Duncan Racing, Hot Slag Company, No Limit Metalworks, Jet Pilot, Earthlight, Emergency Money Technologies, Wetworks, Champion Power Sports, Sevens Lawn Service, PM Milowski, and Trucking Casey's Cafe. Or maybe it's Milkowski's Trucking at Casey's Cafe. The number 912, Rick Shirker out of Oatsville, Pennsylvania, sponsored by Fly, Jet Trim, Jet Pilot 88, Arriva, Fast, Power Sports, and Curran Brewing. Once again, it looked like was that Hay in the number 2 position in Super Chicken? Probably followed in behind her was Tully Zipkin on the 88 and the 197 of Susan Zipkin. That'll round out our Super Chicken round. 7 with let's see what we got here. It's going to say a lot because I think you got Shirkert on the outside. It's going to... Here we go. Very close. Very close. I think that outside, but Shirkert's a fast racer, so, and that 9:12, followed by 7 in the 7:30, a red, white, and blue boat. The number 15 of Price. Someone going for a water sample on the back corner, that would be Gould. The 299, trying to get back to his boat. Looks like he is moving okay. Looks like the racer's all right. Race number 6, Pro-Am 4-stroke ski light. Race number 5. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I my page stuck together. I mean, you know, I hate when that happens.
Sport Spec and Sport GP.
Pro-Am Sport GP and Pro-Am Sport Spec. You know, nobody's perfect. With a day like today, it's okay. I'm just very happy that it's not like yesterday.
Yeah, or last year.
That too. Oh.
Race leader Rick Shirker opting for the inside split this time by to avoid a down rider on the outside.
Gould getting back up on that ski, all right. Glad to see that. At 299. Once again, a huge shout out to Sylvan Beach and all the people that make it happen. Ryan Sheedy and Extreme team, always a huge supporter and a huge help getting us into the venue. We appreciate all the people in the community that embrace East Coast Watercross and bring us in here. We love to come to your beaches, your restaurants, and enjoy all that this lovely area has to offer, because it is, I mean, look at out here. This is just amazing. Doesn't get any better than this.
It is nice not to have to drive 20 hours to get to a white sandy beach for the weekend. Because if it was that far away, I wouldn't have made it this morning. Going to be looking at the halfway marker this time through. Race number 5, Pro-Am Sport Spec and Pro-Am Sport GP combined class down on the starting line. You got 4 minutes till your race kicks off. Race leader Rick Shirker looking at the halfway marker this time through. After a first turn dismount, appears all of our riders are, at least for the time being, keeping things under control.
Another big shout out too to, Sylvan Beach Fire Department, the emergency team that helps us out here, and make sure you're putting your sunscreen on today and getting hydrated. Get some water. Very important. It'll catch up with you real quick.
I plan on having plenty of water the first time I eject with my mouth open. It's a good way to hydrate. About 45 miles an hour.
Shirker stretching his legs on that straight. And behind him, the number 15.
Shirker, a former World Finals champion. So if you're wondering why he's making everybody else out there look a little slow, it's like having a throw and catch with Derek Jeter.
It's just that he's really fast.
I've been saying that forever. I'm not slow, just some guys are real fast. A few sport boats down there in the starting gate, the rest of them going out and getting warmed up.
Speaking of fast, Braden 7 on that 730. No slouch to this class. Definitely doing a great job. I think he's been on that boat a couple years now, I believe. And just really doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, he's been one of the guys to beat in this ski GP class. I'm just glad that Rick doesn't run lights anymore. Going to have a mixed bag of hull designs down here on the start line for your sport class. A few of the old Yamaha Wave Blasters from the mid-90s mixed in with a few of the Sea-Doo HXs. Final minute this time around. Going to, I would assume, be the 2-lap warning for Rick here. Rick coming in for a leisurely stroll down the front straightaway. Going to try to get around Gould. Gould dunks it over a little too far, leaning into that SBT red off the front stretch.
Braden 7 coming down that front straight, just making it look easy. Young buck right there. He's a young guy, and man, his legs don't even bounce. White flag is out. Wicked dropped it out. Next round, Checkered's going to be out.
That's my second favorite flag. Gould looking up at that white flag. You just got to hold it together for a dozen more turns. Race leader Rick Shirker going to work his way into the outside split one last time. As he gets around who I believe is Michael Price.
Shirker coming down that front straight for that checkered flag. ProAm Sport GP up on deck. We got Wayne Orden, a 96 out of Schenectady, New York. He's on the Yamaha, sponsored by Wetworks. And, Personal Watercraft Racing, is that right? Or, I don't know. UHH? I don't know.
Wayne can explain to us what that means at Harpoon Eddies tonight.
Yeah. ProAm Sports Spec, we got the number 7 of Kayla Pleska out of West Henrietta, New York. Sponsored by Watcon, Moto Option, Pro Watercraft, the 24 of Morgan Beers. Oh! Getting back into the saddle again. Oh, boy. On a Yamaha Blaster, I'm sure. Sponsored by HydroTurf, Dickerson Performance, PWC Doctor, Moto Pro, Moto Option, and Mike Haig. The 125 of John Mozanski. He's out of West Hartford, Connecticut. Sponsored by Showtime Freestyle, Jet Trim, Blue Can Racing, and Rad Dudes. The 172, Brett Hahn out of Broadview Heights, Ohio. He's sponsored by John Frederick, Stephanie Sinclair. The 896 of Alyssa Groff out of Manheim, Pennsylvania. Sponsored by KLG Performance. $15, Price just rolling in off the course here. Going to get him fired up. Wicked's going to cut him loose.
No delay there. The pro ski guys aren't even back to their pits yet, and we're firing the engines up for Sport Spec and Sport GP. Going down the line, looking for an all clear. Quick on the buzzer. Hahn with a good start on the outside. Kayla with a good start on the inside. Wayne Orden going to try to sweep around Hahn on that Sport GP boat. He's got a couple extra ponies under the hood.
Pluska at number 7. Let's see the matchup. We might have a drag race.
Kayla with a smooth run on the inside. Wayne with the momentum.
Hahn right in the back pocket. Omo in the 24 coming down that front straight. The 890. That's Groff.
Morgan's surprised she's even out there on the 20 floor. She blew the exhaust coupling off in practice. In typical Morgan the Destroyer fashion. Oh, we got Oneski having trouble on the front stretch. Who's that right there, Dave? Is that the 125 of John Mazowski right next to our course marshals trying to get that C2HX fired up?
Mazowski's trying to get that boat under. I can see coming out the back. Looks like it's running, maybe. Oh, the old two-stroke struggle.
Yeah, you don't have that no more. You play the four-stroke game.
Oh, I'm on unlimited.
Oh.
I mean, I have my four-stroke still, but...
Oh, Wayne Orden has to hit the makeup buoy. Gonna allow Kayla Pliska to try to work her way up into first. She's gonna make up some ground on him. Not enough.
Where's Hahn? Did I lose? He get he's 3. Come on now, where's that mic? ProAm Sports Spec. Looks like Wayne Orden's in a different class on that 96 GP.
We've been saying for years Orden is in a class of his own. Now, what you take that to mean is up to you.
Well, I don't think Wayne would deny that.
No, today that just means he scored separately. Brett Hahn opting for the inside, looking for a little bit of clean water. Kayla and Morgan opting for the outside. Let's see how it shakes up for him down the front straightaway here. Brett makes up a little bit of room on Kayla. Oh, Morgan hit the Joker buoy that time by.
She's jump starting it.
She's trying to give it a little extra push. I don't know if Brett has hit that Joker buoy just yet.
Well, it's going to be interesting. That's why it's there. Groff, I believe she used to be in Rec Light. She had I think. Maybe I'm wrong. Wayne Orden out for a nice sunny ride here at Sylvan Beach. Looked like Mozanski got that that HX running. Got out on the course. Brett Hahn on the right-hand side. In behind him, Pleska followed by Beers at 24.
Race number 6, looking for you in the starting gate. You're inside 3 minutes now. Race number 6, Pro-Am 4-stroke ski lights.
Brett Hahn out in front. Looks like he got by Pleska. Beers in behind. Coming down that front straight, still trying to reel in Pleska on that number 7 boat. I'm sure the score tower's keeping an eye on that Joker buoy out to the left.
Nice to see John Mazowski able to get back out on the race course after a little technical difficulty on the start.
Hahn still holding it in on that 176. Putting the hammer down.
Our course marshals over there shooing a few swimmers away from the race course. Not the best place to go for a swim right now.
Check it out. It's super clear. Yeah, we're getting awesome footage on the live stream. Tell people to look at it.
If you get a chance, check out the East Coast Watercross live stream. Maybe you're not able to make it here this weekend. Maybe you run over to the truck for something to eat. Maybe you had to run to the bathroom and you really want to know what's going on out on the race course. Open up the live stream on your phones. You can also tune in to 98.1 and listen to us on the radio. I've been told that Dave and I are perfect for radio. I don't know what that means, but I love compliments. 1 minute remaining for this sport class. 1 minute until we kick off Pro-Am 4-stroke ski lights. Race number 6 in the starting gate. Race number 6 in the starting gate.
I think that number 24th boat's quieted down this year. That boat used to be so loud.
Oh, that's what happens when you blow it up and you got to put something else in it.
Oh, that's really cool.
Some of us do miss that sound, though.
All right, in no particular order, this is Pro-Am 4-stroke ski light, race number 6 up on deck. The 33 of Cash McClure out of Saudi Daisy, Tennessee. He is sponsored by TC, a free ride, 60 helmets, Chase Plumbing and Mechanical, McClure Racing, Cardio Systems, Action Sports Companies. The 128 of Kyle Izzy, he's out of Laurel, Maryland. The 555 of Billy Shaw, he's out of Salem, New Hampshire. And the 595 of no other than Kelly Wilcox. He's out of Franklin, New Hampshire, sponsored by No Limit Metalworks, Hot Slate, Jet Pilot, Jet Trim, Moto Option, Z-Force Racing, Sling Danger Racing Fuels. That is Pro-Am 4-stroke ski light. Look like Hahn making his way off the left-hand side of this course. Checkered flag. I see wickets.
Oh, looks like Mo's trying to shove a nose in on Caleb Pliska out there. Using some lap traffic as a pick to get around there. Now she's just going to try holding it together to the finish. Brett Hahn looking at the checkered flag. He's going to take first in sports spec. Wayne Orden going to take his first place precipitation trophy for Pro-Am Sport GP. Morgan going to take second place for Pro-Am Sports Spec. Kayla Pliska going to bring in third. The 896, Alyssa Groff from Manheim, Pennsylvania, coming across the line.
Oh, Momo turned a juice on the last lap, didn't she? Got right around that lap track helped out. She took advantage of that inside split.
Yeah, one of the things you never see from shore is how difficult it is to ride behind another machine. That wake really messes you up, forces you to take a different line. If you come upon two different boats, you end up with a whole mess in front of you, and if you've been doing this long enough, you can use that to your advantage to get around some other traffic.
I always used to hear when I did race sports spec that getting behind an HX with a blaster was really rough.
Yeah, that's not good.
No.
That's like riding a Vespa scooter behind an 18-wheeler on the interstate. You're just getting shoved all over the place.
I was doing more swimming than anything else in that class.
Yeah.
And I'm getting my stroke down perfectly.
Well, that's how you stay hydrated.
Yeah.
You put a straw in your life vest, and when you're going for a swim, you take a little sip. As long as we're not racing in the Long Island Sound, you're good.
Right.
Going down the line, firing up these four-stroke ski lights.
Check.
Clean start. Shot out of a cannon, the 31 of Cash McClure. Right behind him, looks like Wilcox. See how things shake up down the front straightaway here. Cash and Kelly going inside.
There's only about a 40-year difference in age between first place and second place.
Yeah, minor detail. Oh, rider down on the front straightaway. Billy Shaw going around a down Kyle Lizzie. Looks like his tether came undone. I saw him putting it back on.
So Izzy's boat, you can tell, is a little bit different than the other three boats. Izzy's on a Superjet two-stroke with a pipe and other mods that's not legal in the other lights class, but is legal to run with four strokes.
Well, of course it's legal. He's at an extreme disadvantage.
Rather disadvantaged, but they've been running this class called the WX 1050 down at AJSA, and they run these Superjets with these four strokes, but they limit what the four strokes can, makes it slightly more competitive.
You bump one up a little and bump one down a little.
Basically, that's all they do. They allow no ethanol in the four strokes and no rear wedge that's a few miles an hour.
Ethanol.
Corn burners.
Jeez.
It makes something like 8 or 9 horsepower just off ethanol.
Can I run that in a two-stroke?
Yes, you can.
I guess you can run anything as long as you're willing to rebuild the top end.
Izzy makes his way back around Big Guns. 555, the triple nickel, on the disadvantage ski. Big Gun's going to hit the makeup. He must have taken a water sample.
Race number 7, Junior X2 down to the starting line. Junior X2 down to the starting line.
.33 of Cash McClure still hold veterans. All the way from Saudi Daisy, Tennessee. They hopped in the truck a day and a half ago and just sent it all the way up here. They've been racing all over the place lately. 595 is Kelly Wilcox, our co-race director, my right-hand man. He's working on about 4 hours of sleep in the last week and a half, basically.
I'll tell you what, Kelly looks real fast on the front straightaway.
We'll circle back to this by moto number 2 and see if we say the same thing.
Yeah, his sponsors will be Tylenol and a knee brace.
and maybe a little bit of red wine to help soothe his aching muscles.
I always knew Kelly was a wine kind of guy.
He certainly is.
All right, halfway through this moto, Junior X2 down to the start line. Cash still holding down that first place position. Got some clean water out in front of him. He's going to be near impossible to catch. Kelly looking over at us, coming down the front.
Kelly's only looking over at us because he knows we're talking about him. Asked me politely to go easy on him.
Kyle Lizzie catching up to him on that old two-stroke Superjet. Now, for reasons I don't understand, Kyle and Kelly's ages are not listed on my scoring sheet. Oh, rider down, full eject, Billy Shaw. He appears to be standing up.
Yeah, there's a couple sandbars out here that pop up in odd little places, and that is one of them. Billy Big Guns is a veteran of the sport. Took a couple years off and just came back. This is his second race on that boat.
Cash McClure respectfully taking the long way around our down rider. It's hard to miss those new Superjets in the water. It's like someone parked a Bayliner in the middle of the race course.
A beluga whale just happens.
Kelly just excited to pass somebody.
It'll be the last one of his day. He's relishing the moment. Oh, he's taking a little knee break. He's got a little nap time out there, it looks like. He's waiting for his buddy Big Guns to get back on the ski. We call him Big Guns because I don't think any shirt he owns has sleeves on it.
Well, you know, that's a side effect. It's not his fault. They just don't make clothes his size.
He didn't cut them off. They just ripped off.
Yeah, he also doesn't own a pair of scissors, so you figure out how they came off.
Cash McClure, racer, looking at the clock.
Though the clock of disappointment, as I've referred to it all morning, every time you go by, it's not nearly as low as you wish it was.
We actually slow it down when Kelly is out there. We run it at half speed.
If you could buy a waterproof microphone to put in my helmet during ski lights, I'll tell you exactly what's going on with that clock.
We might have to get the Cardo system so we can hear what you're saying.
I'll swear you're hitting the pause button after I go by every time.
Here we go. We got a super senior vet class battle between the two buddies.
Oh, Billy Shaw got an aerodynamic disadvantage as his back protector's coming undone. He's got flaps open like he's landing a JetBlue flight.
I don't think that it was from his crash. I believe that he flexed too hard and he tore the straps right off of it like his shirts.
Yep. Which one's that? All I keep hearing from Dave up here all day is, I used to own one of those, or I do own one of those.
He's gone through a few skis. His yard has a few still in the backyard a little. There's a couple, maybe.
Listen, when you can find someone's house on Google Maps based on the number of jet skis on the lawn, that's how you know you've achieved something. And I'm not going to throw Joe Stang under the bus like that.
Joe who? I don't recall that gentleman. Does he still ride jet skis?
No.
It's unfortunate. He's NASCAR roundy rounds.
No, they put a breathalyzer on the handlebars of the Sea-Doo, and it just ever since then it never fired up again.
What year was it that he got thrown off of his ski and left his ankle attached to his ski?
Yeah, he won practice back in, I believe it was 2015, 14 or 15 in Massachusetts.
It might have actually been 13. It was my first year. It was at the car wash one.
If you know a guy that can make trophies, can you make fastest guy in practice? And we'll mail it to him.
Well, I think we might have to do that. Maybe it'll get him back on the course.
The town of Durham still has his address on file from all those back taxes he owed. So I'm sure we could find it.
Izzy was just counting the seconds for that thing to go down.
Think of what this tour has become, Sean, just looking behind us. More trailers and RVs than you can count and a beach full of jet skis. Back at your first race, we were camping in a car wash parking lot and taking bets on who would ride their jet ski through the South Car Wash.
I don't think anybody actually did it because we all followed the rules when Wayne Orden was in charge of this
when Jet
region.
Ski Jesus was in charge.
It was a tight ship.
No rules were broken.
None.
Also, no rules were on the books, so you can't break a rule that doesn't exist.
That was the excuse, and it worked pretty good. We never got in trouble at all. And I had no part in it.
White flag for these four-stroke ski riders this time by. Kelly is already thinking about what kind of glass of wine he's going to pour for himself when he gets down to the pits.
It's going to be red. He already knows.
Cash making his way around a little bit of lap traffic on the far side of our course as he goes around the outside of Billy Big Guns.
McClure's been riding a lot. He rode down in Florida quite a bit this winter. Got a chance to ride with him a few different times in AJSA. Checkered flag for Cash McClure, 12 years old, I believe, out of Tennessee.
Just full of energy.
Speaking of energy, Big Guns looks a little bit tired. He's happy to see that checker come out. And happy to be in front of his friend Kelly Wilcox. Don't worry, Kelly.
Well, he's trying to go slow enough to hear us.
He honestly hasn't slid. Literally gone like 4 hours. He ran like run 4 doubles. And they're done that. And then got here at 4 o'clock in the morning. Right.
All right, race number 7 on the line. That's our Junior X2 competitors.
Junior X2 up on the line. In particular order, the 808 of Christopher Van Wee out of Baldwinsville, New York. Sponsored by SBT, HydroTurf, Moto Church, Adrenaline Junkies, Rad Dude, Showtime Freestyle, Watcon, Belosian, ODI Grips, Jetson, Pro Rider, Watercraft Magazine, the 595 of Sebastian Wilcox, sponsored by No Limit Metalworks, Hot Slag, Jet Pilot, Jet Trim, Moto Option, Forest Racing, Race Fuel, 17, Dominic, and Warren Burke out of Hilton, New York. Sponsored by Mom and Dad, 10mm photo, Moto Option, Jet Trim, Nickerson Performance, and BRP Museum. Let's see how this all. Boy, I'm surprised Warren, he's out there. I figured he'd be way up front.
Oh, he had a bad start. Looked like the boat shut off on him on the start line. He decided to be fashionably late to this moto. We'll see how that works out. Some of the most difficult machines to ride out here on the race course right now. .595 of Sebastian Wilcox, the 117 of Dominic Detallo. Looks like Christopher Van Way Jr. on the outside. Warren coming down the front, finally got that thing opened up. He's going to try to close in on his competition a little bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Warren's got a lot of experience on that X2. Let's see if he can reel him in.
Well, he's got a short moto to pull it off. They only got 3.5 minutes left. Race number 8, women's and beginner 1100 down to the start line. Race number 8, you got 3 minutes. Women's and beginner 1100 down to the start line. Oh, we got one going for a swim. And doing one of the most difficult things in water sports is restarting an X2 in deep water.
Always a fun shore. Wilcox on that front straight.
I want Wilcox to run this race as hard as he can to try to tire him out for the ski class race later on. Oh, Dominic going out and hitting that makeup buoy. He's got a long ride out there. Hit that makeup and come back into the course. Going to stop over at the other boat, see what everybody's up to out there. Inside the final 2 minutes, halfway marker for our riders, this time down the front straightaway. Sebastian continuing to hold down that first place position. Looks like young Warren Burke going to go in tight. Going to take a position away from Dominic. Dominic opted to hit the Joker buoy that time by. Not exactly sure why he hit the Joker buoy.
If you're making a left turn, your right foot is back. You're trying that for your feet. Don't hurt
Yep, 595 coming down the front straightaway. Your race leader. He's going to be looking at the white flag the next time around. 2 to go. After a rough start, Warren Burke making his way through the left side split, holding on to that second place position, had to work his way through a little bit of traffic. Christopher Von Way overdriving the red out there, trying to catch up to his young competitor friend here. Dominic coming down the front straightaway, I believe, in third. Overshooting that turn just a little bit.
I think you're right, Billy.
Oh, that looks like a good time out on the outside of the course. You got a pontoon boat with a platform on the back with a freestyle stand-up on it. Are those the Moto Church guys? Those are the Moto Church guys, some of your freestyle entertainment for this afternoon during lunch. Most people bring their ski to ride, you know, on a trailer behind their vehicle. These guys got a boat for their boat. It's like Pimp My Ride back in the day. We heard you like boats, so we got a boat to put on the back of your boat's boat.
Moto Church, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And that is a big pontoon boat.
Warren Burke, I think, moving up into third.
Yeah, I believe he is making his way up. If he can get a clean start the next moto, he really could give Sebastian a run for his money. Race leader Sebastian Wilcox coming down the front straightaway, this time looking at the checkered flag, as most of our beginner and women's 1100 riders are already staged up in the starting gate. No commercials out here, no downtime. As soon as the last rider is off the course, we're firing up the next one. Oh, Dominic going down on the last lap front straightaway.
I hope that's not something
it looks like. Oh, that's Christopher?
Like they do intentionally handicap some things to try and make you say, like, oh no, that's pro. I don't know.
All right, my correction. That's Christopher Von Way going down on the front straightaway. He could see the SBT finish line. Didn't see the waves in between him and there. Went for a little dunk. Maybe he was thirsty. Dominic going to come around the outside, and Christopher going to get that thing fired up and at least make it to the finish line.
All right, getting him back on that boat. He had issues in that same spot last year. It was getting real sketchy. I don't know if you remember that, Bill. He almost got put up on the rocks, and we had a good, had the course marshals get up, and, I mean, it was bad. It was like yesterday, that last race of the year last year. We called it was bad. Real bad. Race number 8. Women's 1100 limited and beginner 1100 limited combined. The 612 of Stephanie Sinclair out of Parham, Ohio. Number 7 is Susan Zipkin out of Newton, Ohio. And number 8 of Tully Zipkin out of Newton, New Hampshire. They are sponsored by Global Integrated Technologies, a big sponsor of the series here as well. Weeks Brothers Water Sports. The 518, Joe DeMario out of Chittenango, New York. He is on a Sea-Doo as well. Sponsored by DeMario's Eatery, Champion Motorsports, FX Caprera, Power Sports, and Dean's Team Racing. The 747 of Brian Baker. He's out of Central Square, New York. Sponsored by Rhino Power, GoPro, Action Sports, Canopy, Turtle Box, Audio, Action Sports, Canopy, and Turtle Box Audio. Sorry about that. Factory Effects, AOT Racing. A big thank you to Spark Motorsports Fabrication out of West Monroe for all the work they've done to keep his personal watercraft competitive for the season. They're ready to go. He's on a 747. That means he's on a sheety boat. Oh, yeah, I see it. There it is. That boat, I think, is for sale. You want to get into some wreck light racing. Brian Baker's on. Man, what? Come on now. Brian Baker getting a little lost on the course there, but we got a red flag. Little premature acceleration there. Maybe? I don't know. Yeah, we definitely had some... the course marshals may have just red flagged for maybe for understanding the course. Course marshal is going to take Baker out again. Going to the inside option here. Inside option. Odd numbers on the start. Going all the way through all the reds. All the way to... Yep. Believe me, it can get really misconstrued out there. You can lose your mind, your adrenaline's pumping, and you can kind of lose it a little bit. But just getting him a little bit familiar with that inside option because he got lost quick there. That's all right. Safety first, that's what we're all about. We're having a good time. We're not racing for, sponsorship here. Did she text you back? It's not a huge deal. All right, we're going to get these racers back in the gate and get this. Course marshal, making sure everything's good to go. All right. Is that Mike? Go. There we go. What happened? Oh, somebody went swimming. Someone hit the eject button. Was that DeMario? I think Joe got thrown off there. Getting back up on that ski. He's good. He just kind of got that boat picked up and kind of put together. It's really, he's trying to get back into the, get into the X4 class here. So he may not even have, foot wedges in there. Who knows? Hard to say. And if you come into a corner with no foot wedges, pretty hard to hold on. Susan Zipkin coming down on that 787. That would be a 97. Baker in behind her. Sinclair on that Blaster. Nice looking boat. Talked to her a little earlier. She's pretty excited about getting back out there.
That's an old Wave Blaster too, isn't it?
What's that?
That's an old Wave Blaster too.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you don't see that a lot.
When I came back into racing again, I had a Wave Blaster 2 I raced, and I had to race it in 800 class. I did okay. It's all right. Better than sitting on the sidelines.
Yes. We got 14 classes out there today. If that doesn't show you that whatever's sitting under a tarp in the back of your garage can get out on the racetrack, I don't know what will. Course Marshal Randy putting in some laps.
Race number 9, ProAm X2 Open. ProAm X2 Open, you are up on deck.
I believe Randy is currently doing a high-speed course orientation for whomever's riding behind him. Halfway marker for our women's and beginners 1100 class. Oh, Sinclair going out to hit that makeup buoy. It's a long way out there to the next zip code to hit that makeup yellow. Course Marshal Randy, one of the best course marshals you will ever meet in the jet ski racing world. Is that the number 8 of Tully Zipkin that he's leading around the course out there? I believe. Yeah, that's a high-speed course orientation right there. All right, now Randy's going to cut him loose. It's time to fly out of the nest, little bird. Let's see what you do. Ryan Baker having to go hit that makeup buoy. Made a mistake on the far side of the course. Minute 30 seconds left in this moto. We're going to go side by side into the left off the front straightaway. Looks like Joe DeMario going to get around Sinclair.
No dinner for you.
Ryan Baker just trying to hold on out there. Number 7 of Susan Zipkin coming down the front straightaway.
Is that Brad?
Dave, I think this is the most diverse class we're going to have all day. This looks like the most diverse class we're going to have all day. We got a Yamaha Wave Blaster. We got somebody on an EX. Yeah, all we need is a Jetmate.
Jetmate.
We got 4 different hulls out there on the course right now.
What's a jet? What do you mean?
You've never seen a Jetmate?
Well, I know what a Jetmate is, but I'm like, what are you talking about?
That's all we're missing. And we'll
Yeah,
have
I know,
everything.
right? Those are cool.
I don't know what class.
Those are real cool.
Whatever class you register, clawfoot bathtub.
I think it's the only jet ski with a joystick.
I mean, any jet ski can have a joystick if you're creative enough.
I mean, it's a jet boat, I guess.
Yeah. Steve Hotchkiss Beer Dart had that supercharged Sea-Doo one. Nothing says this was a drunk garage idea. Like, how do we put that motor in that thing? Yeah, 70 miles an hour in something shaped exactly like your bathtub.
All right, we're on the last lap. This is ProAm X2 Open in no particular order. See if I can get them announced. The 997 of Andrew Freeman out of Painted Post, New York. The 315 of Sam Meyer out of Blackstock, Ontario. The 117 of Jason Duquette out of Baldwinsville, New York. The 97 of Mark Harnigan out of Blackstock, Ontario. He is sponsored by IPD Racing and the 2024 Golden Ticket. The 51 of John Mazonsky out of West Hartford, Connecticut. He's sponsored by Showtime Freestyle, Jet Trim, Blue Can Racing, and Rad Dudes. The 17 of Dave Carnigan out of Seagrave, Ontario. The number 11 of Pete Burke out of Hilton, New York. He's sponsored by 10mm Photo. Moto Option, Jet Trim, Nickerson Performance at BRP Museum. The number 7, Kayla Pleska out of West Henrietta, New York, sponsored by Watcon, Moto Option, and Pro Watercraft. Looking like Baker coming through that front straight, followed by DeMario and the Zipkins on their XPL type X4s, which would be I think they're both 97s. And no other than Carl Hosch, the number 3 out of Wardminster, Pennsylvania. He's sponsored by Blue Nightmare, West Coast, Gator Power Performance, Black Sheep Racing, and Wave Crasher. Coming in, Sinclair down that front straight on that Black Blaster. That is ProAm X2 Open. I got to step out for a few. I got to hold on race number 10, so I got to get down to the line, and I'm in a couple motos myself.
Ooh.
So,
which moto are you in, Dave?
13.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
We'll both be winded at the same time. I'm 12.
That's
the
great.
second half of our broadcast will sound like this.
Yeah.
Shelly, flip 2 numbers over on your moto card there.
Hey, Wicked. You got to turn your race numbers on the back of your. Yeah, there you go. Just
go 2.
Thank you.
Hey, where you at? Hey, where you at?
Yeah. All right. Billy's going to keep you entertained. We're going to step out for a few. We'll be back at you. Check, check.
Hey, Cash, you want to announce a race if you're taking a break? No? All right. If you're taking a break, you got to hand the mic
No
to somebody.
takers? The mic's under the clipboard, Billy. Okay, I'll use this.
I'll use this one. It seems to work better.
I don't think I'll know safety plans. I'll know Sam.
I mean, everybody says everybody's name's wrong. Nobody gets it right.
All right, our scorers are getting restacked and re-racked here to get ready to score an extremely competitive ProAm X2 class. Being Pro-Am, they will be utilizing the Joker buoy.
We got kayakers getting close.
That's why you're standing over there. I want to see the whole shot.
I'm filming these kayakers go by. You can announce their race.
We're at a drag race on the back straightaway between two kayaks.
That's a pretty respectable flotilla that's building.
In the words of Austin Powers, I too like to live dangerously, but I would not kayak near a race course while a pack of X2s come flying around the corner. All right, going down the line, looking for an all clear. Quick on the buzzer, quick out of the hole, the 7 of Caleb Pliska on the inside. Andrew Freeman going to try coming around on the outside. That might be Pete Burke railing around the outside part of the course. See how things shape up when we get down to the front straight. Oh, Caleb Pliska, Tokyo drifting it on that inside split. Kayla on the inside down the front straightaway. The 51, John Mazowski. Boat issues. He's going to get passed by Andrew Freeman. Carl House going to jog around him. Looks like Dominic coming through again. The 97, Mark Carnigan. Side-by-side race here. Number 17 of Dave Carnigan. And I believe Sam Mayer. In typical X2 fashion, that one broke down before completing its first lap.
Speaking of the Cardigan boys out there, which one it was, they won the golden ticket last year. That's our second place prize in our free giveaway. He won a full season of free racing, so he gets to race for free just off of an entry fee. He got his ticket and he won a free season of racing, which we'll also be doing this year as well.
So he won a free season of racing, and the first thing he thought was, yeah, let's use an X2 for the whole year.
saves his money to put it into the X2 because he needs it.
There you go. Caleb Pliska coming down the front. Got Carl Hausch in second. Andrew Freeman in third. Andrew Freeman's boat quiet as possible. Oh, one rider down outside split saves it. 97 coming down the front straightaway. Mark Carnigan, the 17. Dave Carnigan opting for the Joker that time around.
So if you're standing on shore watching, hearing us talk about the Joker buoy, that is sponsored by JetX Power Sports, the Dolly family, and it shakes up the racing a little bit. The racers have to hit that buoy that's farther out of the course one time per moto, so it sets them back, and it involves a bunch of strategy when you should take it early in the race or late in the race, depending on the battle you're in and where your competitors are. It creates another opportunity for passing in a sport that's very difficult to pass in with the waves and spray.
Race number 10 at ProAm 1100 Limited. Down to the starting gate. Only 4 minutes left in this X2 class. Race number 10, ProAm 1100 Limited, down to the starting line.
Starting 12, yeah, like 30, 12.
Halfway marker this time by. Caleb Pliska coming down the front stretch. Andrew Freeman making the pass for second on the inside. Carl Hausch. I don't know how he stands kneeling the whole time getting slammed around the way he does. Looks like I've been promoted. Anyone who's on the beach and can hear us, if you have to go warm your ski up, which I believe all of us do, please avoid the race course in the process. Remember that makeup buoy is very far from the end of our front straightaway. So So you may think you're well out of harm's way, but some poor soul that has to go hit the makeup buoy might be coming flying up right behind you. Checkered flag for your ProAm X2 riders. ProAm 1100 on the start line. Sean's ringtone playing on the radio.
So it's recording now or showing now. Okay.
Attention racers, let's make sure we are warming our skis up on the perimeter of our course, we have that yellow makeup buoy. That is part of our course. So when you are warming up your boats, you are going to the right-hand side and giving a wide berth in case there is somebody hitting that makeup. The boats are moving in a little closer, so you'll have to be vigilant and keep your eye out. But please stay far to the outside of our course so you do not collision.
Todd's going to be up, Murray. Okay.
All right, surprisingly clean start for this 1100 limited class. Race number 11 to the start line.
These guys race together all the time, and they're used to full lines. Usually we have more of these guys out here. They're used to battling with 18 of them out on the course at once.
Race number 11, Junior Sports Spec to the start line. Please, anybody with wet clothes on, make your way down to the starting gate. Those kids are going to need some holders. You're going to need about a dozen holders down there.
Yeah, 21C, Dave Davidson, followed by Rick May, Mike Vrabel. Pulling up the rear is Todd Sarzinski on the C46 Hamburg flooring machine. Todd helps build most of these boats.
Let's see how they start opting for the split now that they have the choice. A lot of riders aiming for the outside. We'll see who starts hitting that joker buoy early.
There's probably a combined amount of experience in years to close to the 300-year range in just this small group. Most of these gentlemen are 50 plus. I think the only one that's not 50 plus would be Fiends, or affectionately known as the Predator by his helmet. This class is a competitive one because these boats are very limited. That's why they're called the 1100 limited class. So they are all pretty much the same speed with a few small little tweaks here and there that they can do within the rule books. And they compete in the 1100 Triple Crown, which we are a part of, and we'll be hosting the final round in a few months. They compete for $25,000 payout, handed out at our Triple Crown round in Plattsburgh, New York, on August 3rd weekend.
Oh, our first taker on the joker buoy.
Mike Fiends hitting the joker early. He's hoping to capitalize on the boys out front taking it later in the race. You can hear how planted these things are because they're basically not even lifting off the throttle on the right-hand side of the course.
I haven't seen one of them opt for the inside. They're trying to use that horsepower and that speed, carry their momentum. Davidson's still going to pass on that joker buoy.
It's coming in to get a close-up view of the rocks, carrying his momentum wide.
Todd Sarzinski hitting the joker this time through. Mike he tries to get by him on the inside split, spins out. Todd able to hit the joker and hold the position. Oh, Mike gonna slam the door. Oh, he pinched him out.
There's a lot of race experience there, and Todd just slowly shut the door.
Todd gave him the feeling of confidence as they went into the turn and was like, and I'm just gonna come in on you now.
Luckily, these gentlemen are smart racers because I bet 20 years ago that door would have been forced open.
Yeah. That was the most respectful closing of the door ever. He did it with one finger and just went, okay, bye-bye now.
Get out of here, kids.
Mike's probably kicking himself now. If he had held together that inside, he had a great run on that inside split to take away the position from Todd Sarzinski.
I don't think anybody else has taken the Joker, though, so if Fiends can latch on, another one did. If Fiends can latch on, he may be able to make the pass on Todd. And we may have to move that Joker buoy another 1.5 miles out to slow these boys down a little bit.
Juniors to the start line. Juniors to the start line, please. As many holders as we can wrangle down there to help hold these kids. We're going to nickname this class the Family Feud because it's really just two bundles of kids racing against each other.
We go from the old guys on the course to the young guys on the course.
Back to the old guys. I'm up after them.
And then back to the old guys. Rick May holding down second, pushing as hard as he can. This is the first race of the season for a few of these boys. Well, first race with us this season. A bunch of them raced down in Alabama with us this year. A couple months ago, we had a race in AJSA. It was the first round of the Triple Crown. Went down and raced with those boys in Alabama, and all of these gentlemen came down, competing for the $25,000. These boats are all from the 90s, and they are relics and hard to find parts for, but they all keep hoarding them. If you're looking for parts for these things, they're probably in Todd's house, stashed underneath his bed, hidden in closets. They are more valuable than money in some cases. Mike Vrabel checking out the scenery as he's cruising around in third. You can tell how even the speed is on these boats because the gaps really haven't changed much. And these guys rarely make mistakes.
We'll let a motor roll versus slide.
Dave Davidson out front, hailing from Canada. Rick May, also a Canadian. Mike Vrabel from New York. Todd from New York. And Fiends, I believe he's in a southern state. I can't remember where Fiends is from. Fiends opting to make the inside work on Todd. We'll see if it works this time. It's going to be close. Todd's going to have a head of steam if Fiends can get that thing turned. Oh, he's trying to make it. Todd's got the momentum. He's going to shut the door nicely again. Fiends gets sprayed with water and loses his vision, so he has to chop off. Todd is smart enough to know. Give him a little splash, and it helps slow the other rider down. "26 seconds left. And then 1 lap to go, so we'll start seeing who else is going to throw the Joker in. It looks like most of them have a big enough gap that they can take the Joker, which without losing a position, which tells us that we should probably make that Joker further away to really penalize them each time they have to hit it. White flag lap. Fiends on the hunt. You can see the Predator helmet flapping. Sees the white flag. I believe Todd needs to take the Joker on this lap. So Fiends might just make it work. Todd is going to be charging, knowing that he has to lose time doing the Joker. Davidson coming in for the checkers. I believe he hit the Joker early in the race. Rick May in second. Mike Vrabel in third place. Staring us down across the line. Todd Sarzinski, followed by Mike Fiends, the 240 Predator boat. That is about as close of evenly speed boats that you're going to find out here. Coming up next, we've got the junior sports, mostly made up of the Beers family and the Nickerson family.
So now do you go way over to the start?
Yeah. So
We've got the eldest Beers yelling directions with his club foot from shore to the triplets. 3 of the boys down there are Beers triplets. Old man Beers made sure he had enough kids to help out when he hurts his foot, stubs it on the walker. Oh, it was a motocross. He was making up stories that it was dirt bikes. These boats are all built by very smart boat builders, and they are all very quick sport boats. Downey with the jump for sure. Avery Nickerson. These kids have raced more times together than some of these older guys that have been racing their whole lives, because they have been racing nonstop since they were just wee youngins. Whoa, taking the wide way around, almost missing the merge. She's smart enough to know she has to hit it. 872 of Beers. Looks like Avery and then Ryder. There's too many Beers to know which one's on which boat, and I don't have my sheets in front of me. Colin Beers out front. Followed by Avery, then Ryder, then Liam, then Jake Beers. Looks like Colin out front still, followed by Avery Ryder, Liam, and then Jake. They've held their position. Jake's just hanging around in the back waiting for the ice cream. He's going out for ice cream later. He just can't wait. The sightseeing cruise. He's having a good time. He's smiling. He just wants to be a part of the fun. The other two will push him right out of the way to get by, though. Colin, full tuck. Pulling a lead out on the C2HX. Different handling characteristics than these other boats. This next one's a C2HX as well, followed by an HX, followed by a Yamaha Blaster. HX is like the rough water a little bit more and the tighter tracks. Liam making it work on that 24 machine. All right, race number 12. ProAm Ski Lights. We've got the 131, Michelle Corsetti, 31, Bill Beers, who's helping out on the mic today. The Beers clan. We got James Hager, Jack Cutts, Sebastian Wilcox, Austin Jones, and Ben Corsetti. These are some talented riders that have raced together for quite a while. Looks like the 595 of Sebastian Wilcox leading him into the inside split. Our race director's son, Sebastian, has been on that ski since basically he could walk. And he's really coming into his stride the bigger he gets and the stronger he gets, throwing these big machines around. Cash McClure out of Saudi Daisy, Tennessee, racing down the 595, both of them in a full tuck, followed by Michelle Corsetti, husband Ben Corsetti, out of retirement, Bill Beers Jr., James Hager, Austin Jones, Jack Cutts. There's some talent on this course. And the skis are very limited what you're allowed to do, so they are all pretty evenly paced, with only a few minor things that you can do. There's a lot of tweaks that they do. We got a drag race now. Cash McClure, Sebastian Wilcox. Cash looking over at his buddy. They are riding the doors off of those Yamaha Superjet 2-strokes. Looks like Ben Corsetti got around his wife, Michelle. Bill Beers Jr. just rolling around in the back of him. He's done more laps than most of the guys, but took a couple of years off, and he comes out once every few years and partakes in the fun. Cash McClure out there slaying the outside. That boy gets a lot of trade time, and it shows. Riding down south all winter, traveling around to all the race series. He's got that ski dialed in. They had to make some jetting changes to that ski. It's a 2-stroke, so the elevation change from Tennessee to here is about 3,000 feet, I believe. Lots of changes. We got a drag race, husband and wife team. Husband Ben sprays down his wife, slow her down. Ben's riding with a hurt thumb. Tore his thumb apart pretty bad. So he's just trying to keep his thumb together. It's got a bunch of duct tape on it, so it should be fine for a while. Hager and Jones out back with Jack Cutts chasing him down. Jack Cutts won this class last year. He was the champion. Austin Jones wants the championship this year very badly. He's been training in the off-season down in Florida with the Markham Park boys, David Cabrera, Jimmy Wilson, and all the Southern guys. And it is showing that he is putting in the work to try and master his craft. The boats are so evenly paced that it is the rider that makes the biggest difference. Ben Corsetti looking over at the tower, seasoned veteran of racing, knows to pay attention to what's going on the course. Watching the countdown timer tick down, hoping he can rest his thumb shortly. Beers Jr. is impressive out there, holding off Hager. Hager's been running 3 miles a day for basically the entire winter. Jones throws it into the corner. Jones, legs over the head. Throwing it in hard, trying to catch up with Hager. Cut smells blood in the water. He's coming after him. This is a good battle in the back. These two are very evenly paced. Halfway, flags are out. Three minutes, 20 seconds, and a lap left. Sebastian Wilcox doing well, holding down second place. Ben Corsetti chasing him down. There's about a 30-year age difference between those two. Michelle Corsetti may try and capitalize on Ben getting tired with his hurt thumb. Michelle is an avid runner as well and just competed at marathon. Third out of 100 and some odd women. Back of the pack with two fast boys, 3:16 of Austin Jones, the number 6 of Jack Cutts. That's going to be the battle to watch as Cash McClure comes around to lap the boys. I believe Cash is 12 years old. These boys are not going to want to get lapped by a 12-year-old, but he rides like a seasoned veteran. And he is flying. Sebastian looking over, seeing how far away Cash is. He should be focusing on his task at end and keeping Ben Corsetti behind him. Luckily, Sebastian won't get tired either. He's young. He's got tons of energy and rides a lot. Trains with myself and his father, Kelly. And that boy does not get tired very often. We got a drag race. Hager pulling away from 31 of Bill Beers Jr. Bill Beers trying to stick it in just didn't have the nose on him. Jones is going to notice that Cash is coming up behind him pretty quickly. Going to need to give him a little bit of leeway. He's probably going to swing wide on this red. Let the youngin by. Nope, he's not quite close enough for it. Uh-oh, we've got a rider down in the back section. It looks like Sebastian Wilcox. He's off the ski. Not getting on it quickly. Course Marshal Kevin's out there to assist. Looks like he's reaching for the toe loop, so he's getting him on the hook. So that moves Ben Course. Bill Beers out for a stroll, stretching his back out. Austin Jones certainly sees Billy Beers Jr. stretching his back out and knows what that means. That means that the parachute is coming out pretty quick for Junior on the 31. Last lap for Cash McClure. Jack Cutts looking like he's having some boat issues. Typically that boat is out front of this class. Ben Corsetti coming through, sees the white flag, knows he's got second place as long as he holds it together. Followed by his wife, Michelle. Hager goes down. It looks like Beers laid a move on Hager. Beers has a lot of laps on this ski. Knows his way around a course, and it shows. Can he hold off the likes of Hager for one more lap? He sees the white lap. He's stretching out. Austin trying to capitalize on the inside. Can't make it work. And checkered flag for Cash McClure. All the way from Tennessee with a win in the Pro-Am Ski Lights. Looks like Cutts took a water sample as well. He must be having some trouble. That's a rarity for him. Ben Corsetti didn't get the checkered, so he's going to go out for a little joyride. Michelle coming in third. She notices the checkers. Ben figured it out. Smart rider. The number 6 of Cutts. Coming in a lap down, I think. Bill Beers. Solid ride. I think a 4th for Beers. Probably a 5th for Hager, unofficially. Good ride for Beers out of retirement. Kept his shoes on and everything. Austin Jones is not going to be happy with that performance. Threw it into that corner a little bit too hard. Put the limits of traction. Found the edge of it. And the 595 comes in on the hook. We've been having problems with that boat taking on water for some reason, and I'm going to guess that it took on too much water, splashed into the intake, and killed the boat. Probably needs a different mechanic. We're going to have a pause on the start to let this little duck family go by. Seems like they're making a bad choice going in front of a starting line. Oh, they're making their way to the beach now, so we'll be all right. All right, one of our bigger classes on the line, our novice 1100 limited class. Race number 13, we've got the 82 of John Bick, the 747 of Can't even pronounce his last name. Van Lachute? Should probably get my announcer sheet so I know their first names. All right, they are ready for some green flag racing. I found my announcer sheet so I can get you some names. All right, we've got the 47 of Gabor Gurgley, 69 of Cove Batsold, 82 of John Beck, the 210 of Tanner Batsold, 427 of Brody 7, Tommy Van Lachute, David Anderson, Terry Burke, Kyle Miller, Corey Dixon, all on the line. Start. Let's see who we got out front. Can't quite tell, but that looks like our own announcer, David Anderson, on the inside, leading a C10 boat. David Anderson with the hole shot. Led by Miller, Gabor, Corey Dixon, John Beck, Cove Batsold, Tanner Batsold, Brody 7, Terry Burke, and then the 747 machine, Van Lachute. The borrowed Sheedy Extreme Team boat. He's on the only 4-stroke out there. The rest of them are all 2-strokes. And some of them are running some really good smelling race gas, that's for sure. Oh no. Terry Burke making her way around Brody 7. Van Lachute shutting the door on Brody. On the looks like John Bick down in the back section getting his boat back running. The one problem with these boats is they are strung out pretty high. They break often. After this is race number 14. I'm going to have to jump off and go get on a boat, and then we're going to take lunch and do a little freestyle show. David Anderson out front. Kyle Holmes, a 193. Gabor hunted down Gabor. Oh, spins out a bit. Tanner trying to Orange Hooters boat of Corey Dixon. That in its own class, that's an open boat, so he's got a little more motor. So he scored separately from these guys. Cove down the back straight is trying to make up ground. That boat is flying. Anderson spins onto it. This is a non-joker buoy class, so these boys are going to battle it out. Anderson in attack mode. Gabor pulling up 4th place on the JetX boat. Cove hitting the makeup buoy. Loses the... Tanner made his way around Corey. I didn't see where Cove missed the buoy, but he hit the makeup and almost spins out trying to get back around Gabor. He's got some work to do now. That makeup buoy penalizes you enough that you don't want to miss a buoy again. All right, I'm going to have to jump off and go get some gear on so I can go out. My class will follow back up with lunch shortly.
Checkered flag this time by for the C10, Dave Anderson. Very competitive novice runabout 1100 class. ProAm Ski GP is lined up in the starting gate. One of the best shows you will see today on the water. 9 entries in this Pro Ski GP class. Need a couple holders down to the start line. Any of you folks with wet clothes on, go over there and hold on to that stand up for the number 6, Mr. Jack Cutts. Warming these angry 4-stroke stand-ups up while our scorers finalize the results from our amateur runabout 1100 class. This is the 14th race of the day. That means we will have freestyle, backflips, 360s, and all sorts of other aerial tricks. Coming up, we will take a quick lunch break, allow most of our staff to hydrate, get a little food in them, and we're going to line up and do this whole show all over again. It's 2 for Tuesday all day out here at the races. You're going to get a second batch of this whole circus one more time after a brief lunch break. Down in the starting gate, you're going to have that white number 6 ski of Jack Cutts coming to you from Tabernacle, New Jersey. The number 24 on the inside pole position on that bright red Bullet. Mr. Charles Gunchart coming to you from Mandeville, Louisiana. 114X of Sebastian Wilcox from Franklin, New Hampshire. The other 114 of Sean Dudek down there on the start line. Man, we got all the 114s out there today. We got Mike Calbert, Sean Dudek, Wilcox. Sean and Calbert's skis even look the same. We'll be able to tell who's who by how fast they're going. The 595 of Kelly Wilcox, the 790 of Braden 7, the 888 of Charlie McCarthy on that standard SXR hull, and the 912 of Rick Shirker from Otisville, Pennsylvania. Clean start by our Ski GP racers. We are going to have one heck of a drag race when these boys reach the front straightaway. Looks like Charles Guttard going to have the whole shot on the outside. Ripping up on the inside, though, is going to be the former world champ Rick Shirker coming down the front. Oh, that's the 730 Braden Saban making a move on the outside. Jack Cutts. Mike Calbert getting around Kelly Wilcox. Charlie McCarthy, followed by Gutierrez, Sebastian Wilcox, and Sean Dudek coming down the front straightaway. Now he's out there on the real fast boat. Kelly Wilcox and Charlie McCarthy racing down the front straightaway. Charles Gunchart going to have Sebastian Wilcox coming up right behind him as the two of them start catching up to Charlie McCarthy and Wilcox Sr. Sean Dudek coming down the front, staying low in that tray, trying to limit the use of that sore shoulder. Jack Cutts opted for the Joker buoy this time by. Mike Calbert going to squeeze by him on the inside. Wilcox hits the Joker this time by. Rick Shirker opting for the inside split, utilize that clean water, get around lap traffic as he comes down the front straightaway here. Halfway through this Pro-Am GP moto. Straightaway, Charles Guchar going around Sebastian Wilcox. Sebastian not leaving him any room, pushing him wide. Dudek, your race director, still hanging on out there, racing with a shoulder injury. Kelly Wilcox coming down the front straightaway. He's got Sebastian right behind him, followed by Charles Goodchart. Two and a half minutes left. Gonna feel like an eternity for some of these guys out there. Sebastian opting for the inside split this time around. Rick Shirker taking the long way around, putting an outside pass on Kelly Wilcox. Course. Jack Cutts and Charlie McCarthy coming flying down the front straightaway, passing our SBT finish line. Rider down in the tray. That looks like Dudek on the back straightaway. Looking at a white flag next time round as your race leader makes his way into the back straightaway. Sebastian Wilcox. Looks like Kelly Wilcox going to be coming out of that outside split, followed closely by Braden Seven. Braden going to drag race him down the front straightaway. Let's see if Kelly gives him any room. Braden going to get back inside him. Going to try to sweep around the outside, going through this double left. Kelly can't hold him off. Braden going to close the move on the last lap. Shirker followed by Sebastian Wilcox. Sean Dudek coming down the front. Braden Seven going to be coming around the outside of him. Kelly Wilcox going to have Mike Calvert right behind him. Charles Gunchard, Jack Cutts, and Charlie McCarthy going to round out your ski GP field.
guess I don't need to stand up here. think anybody's going to swipe it.
Oh, well, you're right. You make
Just looking at the start finish line.
Okay.
I was trying to get it to just focus on the flag because I thought that would be kind of cool. It won't stay there. Here comes Terry.
All right, everybody. We're going to take a lunch break, but we're going to have a little freestyle show. We got some flip skis, and we got some juniors and some vintage. All right, we'll get Carl out here. Carl, you want to do some freestyle for us? We got Carl House, he'll put on a show. And then we got the Moto Church guys with some flip skis and Norton. You want to get your skis in the water? We can put on a show during lunch. We're going to get the staff fed. Take a little half hour, 45-minute break. We'll see where we're at. And then we'll roll right into second motos.
I'm like, Murray, help me. Which one is...
You're like, who am I supposed to follow?
Yeah. So are we doing any of this, or... I didn't do anything with it. I just put it back to the start-finish line. So.
Oh, you know what? If we let me take the other camera. Do you see the switcher board where don't press it yet? So there's like a number 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 2 is my camera.
Okay.
So not yet.
Okay.
But what does it show? That one. Oh, it shows 4K. Okay, I want to see something. So when the 4K doesn't show 4K anymore, it actually shows 5. Yep. Then I can record it. Okay.
So then I push 2.
Then you can press it. I'll give you a thumbs up.
All right.
Or actually, you give me a thumbs up when you see something other than 4K.
Okay. Yeah, she wants me to switch the camera when he starts, because she's got to go turn the camera back on. Because there's a camera over there, so the live feed can switch between a couple cameras, because Carl's going to be probably like right over here behind the tower. It won't get him with this camera. When she gives me thumbs up, then I switch it. See where she is right there? Yep. I did alright, except the last race I got a little confused because I didn't know who to lead. But I tried my best. I did get them all coming through the finish.
Sometimes I don't get the leader. I'll get like wherever the action is. So
Yeah.
I'll skip the leader.
Yeah. I just wanted, when they were finishing, I wanted to make sure that I had. So, but she's turning her camera back on.
Is it still going?
Hers is on now, so she said when it's on, push 2.
What's that?
She said to push 2 on her camera.
Got it. Yep. And you're welcome to take a break too if you need to.
Alright. I might come down for a minute now that we switched that.
Yeah, go for it.
Hurry, take this. You're welcome. So, and then this afternoon, do you want me to try and do those races again?
Works out.
Okay. Alright.
I didn't know we were starting. I didn't know the line was clear. I got a very bad start. Race is fine.
Your race is kind of a hot mess.
All right, while our
That's a really tough one.
backflip skis get fueled up and ready to go, because who'd have thought a 1-gallon gas tank don't get you real far.
Camera 2 now.
Before we start our freestyle,
Charge, and then as soon as we get started,
our friend Carl House is going to go out there on an old
when lunch
Kawasaki
we're on
X2
lunch
and
right
put
now.
on a little show for you.
You want me to bring something to
If
you?
you'd like to get
No,
out of the
I
sun
don't
during
need
this
to stay
lunch
here.
break,
I was
swing
just
on
gonna
by the
see if we're
East
leaving
Coast
or-
Watercross registration and merchandise tent. It's nice and cool and shaded in
Well, I
here.
don't
We
get
got
any
plenty of
track
products for
lunch,
sale.
You gotta take a break.
We got some deals going on with some moto option apparel in the bins at the far end of the tent. Oh, I'm told if you buy enough stuff, you get to go sit up in the air conditioning. Well, I got a tab running, so like, what's that worth? I heard you got sandwiches in there. I'll do anything to get in a trailer full of sandwiches.
Keep that in got it.
I'm easy to kidnap.
All right, looks like our vintage class is stacked up and ready to go. First round gate picks were randomly generated by the computer. Second round, not so random, based entirely off of your finish order from the first race. All right, we're going to fire them up. Going down the line, you got the 782 of Michelle Corsetti. The 117 of Jared Goff. The 3 of Anthony Vino. 47X Charles Quinn. 777 Chris Norton, your freestyle rider. 29 Peter Sullivan. 25 Josh Herman. And the 11 of Colby Everett. Corsetti with a perfectly timed start, keeps that thing hooked up. Gonna have control of the inside. Outside looks like, oh, we got one rider down. We had a side-by-side battle. I believe that's Colby Everett's going around the outside. Oh, a couple riders going into the inside split. See how they shake themselves up coming down the front straightaway here. Race number 2, ProAm Runabout 4-stroke. Race number 2, ProAm Runabout 4-stroke down to the starting line. I see both of them out there warming up their high horsepower machines. Corsetti flying down the front straightaway. Gonna have a drag race between the number 29 of Peter Sullivan and the number 3 of Anthony Vino. Going into that left-hand turn. 117 and the 11. It's gonna be Jared Goff and Colby Everett having a Yamaha Superjet drag race down the front straightaway. 23 Patrick Sullivan going to be followed by the 47X of Charles Quinn. Course Marshal Randy over there kicking out some spectators. They were like, hey, we got the same boat as those guys. Can we enter in this race? Chris Norton out there trying to hold on to what is probably one of the more difficult hulls to ride in this class, with about 3 or 4 different renditions of the vintage style stand-up skis. Most of these skis predate the mid to early 90s, some coming in from the late 80s. Four minutes left in this vintage class. Runabout lined up on the start line. Going to be looking for a couple holders down there to hold on to those machines. Our vintage riders getting a little bit spaced out, but we've still got a few battles going on as we come into the decision buoy, the hammerhead decision buoy on the outside of the race course. Most of our vintage riders appear to be opting for the outside split. Your race leader getting the halfway marker this time by. Corsetti coming ripping down that front straightaway through the SBT finish line. Going to be followed by the 47X of Charles Quinn. And trying to hold it together, looks like the 25 Josh Herman.
At the speed of light going by the finish line on that old 650.
Traveling at the speed of smell. The 29 Peter Sullivan coming ripping down the front straightaway. The bottom of that hole, you can see what appears to be just a small section of black up at the front. What they've done is modified that, put an addition on it, makes the ski a couple inches wider than it originally would have been, and makes a lifetime of difference when it comes to the handling capabilities.
We're going to use the word handling in quotations.
Yes.
We need a holder down the line for DeMario. Somebody wants to come down and help Mr. DeMario hold. He will lend a hand holding for you if you hold for him.
Yeah, it's reciprocal.
Speaking of that Patrick Sullivan ski, he just finished putting that thing together, I believe, 2 days ago. Full winter build, of course, true vintage style, finishes it up a couple days before the race.
Ain't no better time to break it in than on race day.
I think he was still looking for parts and probably put them on at race day.
Well, if my memory serves me correct, I believe Matt Adalian fired an X2 up for the very first time on the starting line.
That sounds about right. I did see Matt Adalian, but I ran away. I was busy. Where is that boy hiding?
He was hanging out over on the beach there.
Oh, yeah, I see his hands moving, so he talks with his hands. There he is.
Well, that's because he can't move his feet quite the same anymore, so he's definitely going to wave with his hands.
Minute 40 plus 1 lap left to go in this moto. First moto of our second half. We'll be rolling into the second moto, the 4-stroke runabouts. These skis can hit speeds upwards of 85, 90 miles an hour. Speaking of going 90 miles an hour, that rackety noise you hear in the background is the roller coaster at the arcades. And I believe that probably gets to about 90 miles an hour some days.
How much to get the whole East Coast Watercross crew on the roller coaster later on this afternoon?
It's definitely have the capacity for us over there.
Is there anybody on the staff not tall enough to ride the Sylvan Beach roller coaster?
Possibly me. Definitely Shelly. Shelly's not tall enough to ride the roller coaster.
Shelly, are you tall enough to ride the Sylvan Beach roller coaster? We're all going there after awards.
White flag lap out for the vintage boys.
You've never been happier to see that flag than if you had just spent the last 8 minutes racing a late 80s, early 90s stand-up jet ski. Chris Norton just glad his pants stayed up for this race. He went for a spill last race, sent his swim shorts down around his knees. Found out why most of us wear wetsuits.
You'd think that the thing wouldn't go fast enough to pull his shorts off, but...
Chris doesn't have much to hold his shorts up.
True story.
Oh, rider down on the last lap outside of the course.
Oh, I think he gave that up for position,
Is that Josh
too.
Herman?
I think he gave the position to Sullivan. He worked his way by Sullivan. Looks like he handed it back over to him.
He's doing the Sean Dudek and riding in the tray.
He looks like he's got two fairly decently working arms, so no excuses.
No, I believe that was the
checkered flag for Corsetti. 1-1 on the day.
Corsetti putting on a clinic.
Michelle just started racing jet skis, I believe, 2 years ago. This is her third season, and she has stepped up her game exponentially every year and puts in more work staying in shape than probably anybody else here, especially the 21C of Dave Davidson. He's just laying around the house on his couch all day, just getting fat. Eating French fries is his regiment. What do they call him up in Canada, eh? Poutine. He's just getting fat on poutine over here.
Clean start for our four-stroke runabout riders. ProAm four-stroke runabout. ProAm means that Joker buoy is in play for this race. On one of these laps, they got to swing it way wide, hit that Jet X Joker buoy coming down the front straightaway. It's looking like the winner of the drag race going to be Aiden Kruger, going to be followed by Joe DeMario. Race number 3, Super Chickens. Race number 3, Super Chickens to the start line. If you wanted to see skis on the water that have more horsepower than the cars that towed them here this morning, here's your shot. Some of the fastest things on a race course out here. You can see Kruger swinging way wide, trying to keep his momentum going up into that SBT red left-hand turn at the end of the front straightaway.
before you get down to the starting line, please stop up at the registration tent. Take a look at your finish position from moto number 1, as that will dictate your gate choice and start position for moto number 2. If you have any gripes or protests against the results from moto number 1, as always, it is time sensitive. In order to get those protests in, you can't just wait till the end of the day and go, hey, by the way, I think I did better than that. I know better than to go protest, because if I were to argue with the results, I'd probably just end up further down the line than I already was.
Whatever, just, you know what. I'm just biased against motos, but at least yeah, let's see if charging your controller fixes that problem.
Check. Here we go. All right. Got the big boys out on the course.
Halfway markers out this time around. I should be seeing some super chickens making their way over into the starting gate for race number 3. Everybody out here on this insanely hot race weekend. Stay hydrated, stay in the shade when possible. If you're looking for some shade, swing over to the merchandise tent. Stroll through, see what kind of stuff they got for sale up here from Moto Option. Maybe just give yourself a 2-minute break from this blistering sun. Today and tomorrow going to be quite the opposite of some of the race days we've had out here in the past. We've wrapped up our season out here in the past and been hit by some serious wind, thunderstorms, and rain. We've also been out here at ocean-sized wave. It's been one of the most diverse race venues we've ever competed at. I believe this and Plattsburgh have had some of the largest surf that this tour has competed in recent memory. Just a couple laps left here for our 4-stroke runabout guys, and we're going to kick off Super Chicken. White flag out this time by looking for all of our Super Chicken competitors staged up in the starting line. Kruger going to be looking at the checkered this time through. He'll take first to Mario, barring any catastrophic accident. Should take second place here.
All right, we got Super Chicken out there. James Hager, Aaron Hay, Tully Zipkin, Susan Zipkin. Once again, Zipkin's, Tully looking like he's having a hard time getting her going on the 88. Looking like Aaron Hay on that number 19. I think with a great start. Race number 4, ProAm Ski Stock. ProAm Ski Stock. You're up to the line. All right. Once again, Hager way out front there. Swinner around on that outside option. All of them going to the outside option. I'm sure of that. Hager coming down that front straightaway. In behind him is the number 19. That would be Aaron Hay on the number 19, followed by Susan Zipkin. In behind her is Tully Zipkin. Race 4. We got 2 minutes left on the clock in this moto. Race number 4, ProAm Ski Stock. They'll be making their way to the starting line here. All right, in no particular order, race number 4, ProAm Ski Stock. The number 15, Michael Price. He's out of Fairfield, Pennsylvania. The 299, John Gould, out of Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. The 730, Braden 7, Ellington, Connecticut. He is sponsored by Commander, Duncan Racing, Hot Slag Company, No Limit Metalworks, Jet Pilot, Earth Light Emergency, Money Technologies, Wetworks, Champions Power Sports, Sevens Lawn Service, PM Milkowski Trucking, and Casey's Cafe. The 912, Rick Shirker out of Ottsville, Pennsylvania. He's sponsored by Jet Trim, Fly, Jet Pilot ADA, Riva, Fast Power Sports, and Curran Brewing. Once again, Hager coming down his front straight on the white flag. Last lap.
This is why I like a Mavic style. It's really nice. Like a Mavic with 3 batteries. even just get dedicated chargers that don't do one at a time.
I have that at work for different ones. I just gotta text you.
Sean, your phone automatically connected to the music again. White flag for our Super Chicken racers. I am sweating like crazy, and I'm in the shade. Race number 4 staged up in the starting gate is our James Haggard takes the checkered flag this time through on Super Chickens. On the line, race 4 ProAm Ski Stock. You're going to be looking at the 912 of Rick Shirker again out there, and the 730 Braden 7, the 299 of John Gould, and the 15 of Michael Price. All right, our course is clear from the Super Chicken race. Some of the worst handling skis out on the race course going to be followed by some of the sharpest handling skis out on the race course. All right, gonna fire them up in this pro ski class. Go down the line, look for the head nod. Once our tower has an all good sign from everybody, 1 to 3 seconds before that light turns green, the siren goes off, and it's time to go racing. Pete Burt's drone miraculously keeping up with these things out that front straightaway. Oh, looks like we got a rider down going into the outside split. Doesn't come disconnected, just goes down for a water sample, hops back up. Braden 7 on the inside option from that inside start gate. That means coming around the outside is going to be Rick Shirker with the momentum off the outside split. Going to nose out 7 coming down the front straightaway.
Pretty impressive on 7 coming into that inside option, which is a slower option, I think. And running with Shirker, world champion there. It says a lot about that young racer and all of his accomplishments moving up in this class, doing a real great job.
Oh, yeah, staying on the same lap as Rick Shirker is considered a personal best achievement of most.
Once again, if you haven't had a chance and you're a spectator or, hey, you got a family member up here, take a walk by our merchandising trailer. We have a lot of stuff over there. You know, the sun's beating down. We got hats, we have glasses, we got gloves, we got goggles, flags, bracelets, T-shirts, hoodies, a lot of moto option gear. Once again, SBT.com, a huge sponsor. If you're looking out, check out this course. SBT, these buoys are pretty trick. Really nice to have these big, large buoys that we can see and navigate this course safely. Well, big shout out. Appreciate them. Appreciate all the people here at Sylvan Beach that have allowed us to use some of their beach. We've got a lot of spectators over the swimming section. A lot of boats tied up over there, and I'm sure they're enjoying the 2-stroke and the 4-stroke. Once again, we've got a lot of new racers this year. If you want to get into racing, you're welcome. Take a walk down into the pits, down at the shoreline, talk to some of these racers. Real easy to get into the sport and really quite affordable on some of these classes. You can find these old skis sitting around people's backyards, and when you get them home and you wash them down and you start doing a parts list, well, you just go on to shopsbt.com. Get all your parts there, get it on the water, go and enjoy it, have a good time. And even if you're not racing, you just want to go out and enjoy the water, go swimming. They're a great resource for parts, and we just appreciate the support over the years of the sport. Huge supporters. And if your family's not here, we are live streaming, so go to the East Coast Watercross Facebook page. And I think up in the upper right-hand corner, if I'm not mistaken, you can get the live stream, and we are live streaming these races. So if you want to show your family what you're doing, or you find it really interesting and want to tell your buddy about it, go on to our website and get on our live stream. Check it out. Race number 5, ProAm Sport. Race number 5, ProAm Sport GP and ProAm Sport Spec. 2 classes combined here. Halfway through the race at 3:52 on the clock. Shirker, the 299 of Gould.
Race number 5, Sport Spec and Sport GP down to the starting line. Halfway marker out this time by for your pro ski riders out here.
Braden 7 coming down that front straight, putting a hammer down on that SXR 1500. That's a red, white, and blue flag-themed SXR. Sharp-looking boat. Be the 730. Shirker on his way down the front straight coming up. He's a lap, probably half a lap ahead.
Feel better?
Yeah, I like sitting down and not. All right. Pretty beat.
So it's just like what happened at aerial flex. There's definitely a lag.
Yeah. I'll say in general, when you're talking to Sean, a Mavic style drone, if you want to buy one, that was seamlessly flown by that Pro controller.
I've had a bunch of Mavics. I nerd out on the fun of racing, but I don't get Mavic shot here to switch between.
All right, order ProAm Sports Spec 896 of Alyssa Groff out of Manheim, Pennsylvania. Sponsored by KLG Performance, the 172 and no other. Then Brett Hahn out of Broadview Heights, Ohio. Sponsored by John Frederick and Stephanie Sinclair. The 125 at John Mozanski. And if I'm pronouncing that wrong, just correct me. Out of West Hartford, Connecticut. Sponsored by Showtime Freestyle, Jet Trim, Blue Can Racing, and Rad Dudes, a 24 Morgan Beers. She's sponsored by HydroTurf, Nickerson Performance, PWC Doctor, Moto Pro Moto Option, and Mike Haig. The number 7 of Kayla Plescott of West Henrietta, New York. Sponsored by Watcon Moto Option and Pro Watercraft. And the 96 of no other than Jet Ski Jesus himself, Wayne Orden, out of Schenectady, New York. Sponsored by Wetworks and PWC Racing. "45 seconds left on the clock.
Well, yeah, I don't think she was quite keeping up. Like, I think Lucy got a little lost. Yeah, so if one of y'all are able to do the fast, choose a picture of her. I know you're 13. You probably won't make it here by the time.
Checkered flag out, Chucker down through the straightaway. 7 on the 730, and behind him, wrapping up that moto. Still got a couple boats out on the course. At least one, two.
Yeah, it's a warm one today.
Goal on a 299 to finishing out that round. Coming down through that front straight on that SXR 1500. Price finishing out that round. Definitely feeling that fatigue. Riding one of those, it's like getting on a wild horse. Huge respect for these guys that try to, they're basically, big 4-stroke. They're the same horsepower as you'd have in like a Honda Civic motor, but they have it in a 600-pound stand-up watercraft, and trying to unleash and tame that on these lakes, it's rough. A lot of credit, a lot of endurance, it's a lot of body language. All right, wake it up in the tower, cut them loose.
All right, Sport Spec and Sport GP combined on the line. Oh, they're going to shut them down. Wait. Yeah. She probably broke it. Not that she had to run out of the scoring tower. She definitely probably broke something. All right, let's try firing these things up one more time going down the line. Brett Hahn got the pole position on the inside. Caleb Pliska pole position on the outside. Clean start. Brett Hahn holding the first place going into the inside split. Got your score. Morgan Beers right behind him. The outside split looks like Wayne Orden going to be followed by John Manzowski. Let's see how they shake up down the front straightaway. Brett's sitting in a good spot to hold down this first place unless Wayne can motor around him on the outside. Morgan and Manzowski going to come through side by side into that red buoy. Two very different handling skis going into that first turn. You got a Blaster battling an HX followed by another Wave Blaster battling a Sea-Doo HX. Those Sea-Doos sit a little lower in the water, try to carry their speed more.
Oh, was that Hahn?
Wayne goes for a
Wayne,
dunk out there. It wasn't a crash. Looks like he had a mechanical failure. That ski just shut down on him coming out of that turn. Oh, you got to talk to Brad about that. Talk to that. That's a different department. We have different departments. Something's wrong. I thought you knew everything Sea-Doo. All right, Brett Hahn coming down the front. Morgan holding close right behind him. Got the drone flying overhead. She's looking over her shoulder. She's going to see John keeping close back there.
Momo is getting in Hahn's back pocket here real quick. She's got company, though. That 125 of Mozansky trying to reel her in that HX. Pulling away, though.
Brett Hahn does not have room to breathe out in that first place position. He looks over his shoulder. He's got another Wave Blaster and a Sea-Doo HX right behind him, less than one turn away. Don't look up. He's got a drone flying right over his head, too. Wayne's got his ski back up and running on the back straightaway. Kayla Pliska. Multiple classes being run by Kayla this weekend as she's out here in a sport boat. You'll also see her out there racing an X2. Race number six. ProAm 4-stroke ski lights down to the starting line. Race number 6, ProAm 4-stroke ski lights down to the starting line.
Boy, that boat at Wayne's is sounding pretty healthy.
Yes. Well, it's doing better than it was on the backstretch when he was swimming behind it. All right, Brett Hahn coming out of the inside split. Manzowski opting for the Joker buoy. Morgan looks like she's getting hooked up for a tow-in at the outside of the race course. Kayla Pliska coming down the front straightaway.
Looks like maybe Momo having some problems out on the left-hand side of the course.
I'm not sure why they call her the Destroyer, but they're going to tow that thing back into the pits. Brad, now it is your problem.
Mozansky in behind Hahn on that HX. Coming down in third, I think it was Pleska. Looks like they got Momo Beers on the hook at a 24 boat.
it at noon or what's going on now. On a Saturday?
Man, Zelensky. In Han's back pocket. Can Han hold him off? Got a 152 on the clock. Zansky got some lap traffic. Han got around that lap traffic, and he's stretching his legs on that back straight. But that HX will eat it up. I don't know, though. Looks like Han able to hold Zansky off.
He's definitely going to have 2 laps left to do coming down the front, looking at how this timer is playing out. Morgan Beers' 24 boat appears to be back out on the course. Couldn't have been too catastrophic of an issue that brought her into the pits. Oh, Brad says he took care of it. If Brad fixed it, it must have just been out of gas or something.
Oh, boy, Zansky.
It was broke. Now it's not
He is coming up on Brett, but Brett got around that right side of the course, pulled back away from him. Back into that outside option. Seems like a faster option for these racers. Momo getting that number 31 back up there. Or excuse me, 24. Maybe she changed boats. I think she changed boats. And it's hot out here. Han still holding him off. Last lap. Pleska, the number 7, coming down. She's on her last lap. Han on the left-hand side of the course, coming down through. With that checker flag. In behind him is John Mozatsky on the second place. I don't score him, I just announce him. Thinking maybe Pleska, I think, is still on that lead lap from the number 7 boat, that purple blaster. Back in the game.
I'll do like one lap and then bring it in. Once we're...
ProAm 4-stroke ski lights on the start line.
Wayne Orden coming in hot on that 96
That's
GP.
the only way. That's the only way Wayne Orden comes in.
You bet. But he got cooled off for a little bit on that back corner, but
I might be doing that in moto too. Get a little hot, go for a swim, lay in the water for a minute.
yeah, a little dip sounds good. here. Race number 6, Pro-Am. 4-stroke ski light. Up on deck. In no particular order, the 33 at Cash McClure. Out of Sody Daisy, Tennessee. Sponsored by TC Freeride, 6D Helmets, ODI, Chase Plumbing and Mechanical, McClure Racing, Cardio Systems, and Action Sport Components, or Canopies, excuse me. The 128 at Kyle Seattle, Laurel, Maryland. The 555 of Billy Shaw out of Salem, New Hampshire. And the 595 at Kelly Wilcox out of Franklin, New Hampshire. Sponsored by No Limit Metalworks, Hot Slag, Jet Pilot, Jet Trim, Moto Options, Z-Force Racing, and Slang Danger Racing Fuels. All right, let's see who's got this whole shot. Look, that 33 of McClure. With the whole shot. Great start. The 555 and the 128 battling it out. That's Shaw and Lizzie, followed by Kelly Wilcox on that 595.
Lizzie going for a water sample over there. Going to let Wilcox by. Able to recover quickly. Cash already stretching out. He's half the backstretch away from the rest of the